ज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनाशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपा कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्ण पादान् सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितंश्च। हे कृष्णा करुणा सिन्धु दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कान्त राधा कान्त नमोस्तुते। तप्त कंचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। वंशकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। नमः ओं विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिन् इति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे। I am very grateful, very honored, and feel very blessed for the opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to the Bhakti Center for the celebration of this very holy day of the appearance day of Lord Sri Ramchandra. Today, one of the most glorious festivals in the history of this Krishna consciousness movement is taking place in Vrindavan. Because exactly 50 years ago from today, the Krishna Balaram, Radhashama Sundar Gornitai temple was inaugurated. We can just imagine our beloved Guru, spiritual teacher, Srila Prabhupada, after he retired from all other activities in this world, he made his home Vrindavan. In most inner sacred part of Vrindavan, where Shri Radha Govinda's Rasa Leela is performed at the Seva Kunj of Radha Damodar, Srila Prabhupada resided, preparing to bring the message of pure bhakti to the world. He lived in a little tiny room. There was no furniture in there. Very, very simple. And then he took a cargo ship, the Jaladuta, in 1965 to come to the West to try to bring the treasures of Vrindavan to people all over the world. He came to New York City. In fact, he lived here in the Lower East Side. And actually, he lived on this block, in the little storefront of 26 2nd Avenue. And that was a very great accomplishment. After practically a year of wandering the streets and just trying to meet somebody without help, without money, he got that little storefront at 26 2nd Avenue. Can we imagine the joy of Srila Prabhupada in 1975 when he had built actually a temple that was immediately the most popular temple of all the 5,000 temples in Vrindavan. And devotees and pilgrims, not only from all over India, but all over the world, were coming to Vrindavan. Krishna Balaram Temple was the place that opened the doors to the love, the sweet rasas of devotion of Vrindavan to the whole world. When that beautiful installation, Pranapratishtha, was taking place. And then Srila Prabhupada performed the first arti himself. It's unimaginable what his joy was and what his joy is. And today, there's probably hundreds and thousands of people coming to Krishna Balaram Temple for this anniversary. I'm thinking we are very fortunate. In fact, we might as well just think we're the most fortunate. Because we're at the place where Srila Prabhupada began his movement after leaving Vrindavan. And it was from this block in the Lower East Side of New York that actually Srila Prabhupada opened the doors for the doors to open in Vrindavan. And by Krishna's arrangement, or Ram's arrangement, according to our devotion, we can see it either way. The Supreme Lord chose Ramnavami, the appearance of Ram, to begin this temple in Vrindavan. And when Srila Prabhupada began temple in Bombay, he installed Radhanath, Hare, and Lakshman, Sita, Ram, and Hanuman, and Gorlitai. And also installation of Ram, Sita, Lakshman, Hanuman in New Delhi, and near Washington, D.C. and Potomac. It seems like wherever there's capitals. Even in London, at Bhaktivedanta Manor, is Krishna's Ram, Lakshman, Sita, and Hanuman. And this is what I would like to speak. Ram descended, he took birth in this world with Sita to personally exemplify the highest human behavior in all various situations, in all various relationships, in all challenges of life, to show us the way. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuta nama dharmasya tadatmanam srijamya. That there's one God, one Supreme Being. And that Supreme Being descends into this world again and again and again. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chatuskratam dharma samstapanaradaya sambhavami yuge yuge. To reestablish true dharma. Dharma just doesn't mean religion or even occupation. It includes that. But dharma is the original natural qualities of the true self, the eternal soul, in relation with the Supreme Soul. And when that is established, then the Dharma is expressed in relationship with all other people, all other beings, with nature. Dharma is actually about relationship. Jivara Swarupor Krishnara Nityadas. The nature of the soul, we're eternally servants of the Supreme. In order to protect the devotees of the Lord, to annihilate misconceptions, and to reestablish true Dharma, God appears again and again in this world, as described in various scriptures. When I was searching for a path of spirituality to follow, there are so many ideas and so many philosophies and so many conceptions of the Supreme Truth. But I remember being in Kurukshetra and reading Bhagavad Gita under this banyan tree where Krishna spoke it. It is called Jyotisar. And I read these verses. And I was thinking, this is it. At the essence, at the heart of all the true faiths of this world, God is speaking to us. The one Supreme God. Rameti Paramatmeti Bhagavan iti Shabdyate. That one Supreme God is forever having three primary characteristics. The all-pervading light of Brahman, the impersonal aspect, the Paramatma, the Lord who personally is seated within the heart of every living being as our ever well-wishing friend and witness, and Bhagavan, the Supreme Person, whose body, whose personality is eternal, full of knowledge, and full of ananda, or transcendental ecstatic bliss. And it is that Bhagavan who from the spiritual world descends again and again. The absolute truth is Atma Rama, completely self-satisfied. If you were the proprietor of everything that exists, if you were the source and the full possessor of all knowledge, all wealth, all strength, all beauty, all fame, all detachment, what would you be enthusiastic to receive? The Supreme is completely full in himself. And the feminine aspect of God, Sita or Radha, are completely full simply in relationship with Krishna, with Rama. Spiritual world, where everything is in an ever-increasing happy condition of loving exchanges. Because the fullness of the Supreme God, by his own nature, is to love and to be loved. And for that love to be the most perfectly, supremely, spiritually satisfying, it is within the context of loving relationships. And in this material world, we all have the potential, every soul has the potential to enter into that loving relationship. It's the Purushartha Siromani, the ultimate state of liberation. Not just negation of the sufferings and problems, but beyond the negation, which is included within prema, is the ever-increasing dynamics of loving exchange with the Supreme All-Beautiful. The more we recognize the beauty of God, the compassion of God, the more we are naturally liberated from striving to be that ourselves. Srila Prabhupada would tell us, when you're happy to offer something to Krishna, you become satisfied. The more you accumulate for yourself, the more you become eventually frustrated and miserable. Rama and Krishna are the same person. On her altar of Shri Shri Radha Murlidhar, Radha is Sita, eternally. And Murlidhar Krishna is Lord Sri Ramchandra eternally. And Lord Chaitanya is eternally Radha and Krishna in one form, and also Sita and Ram in one form. Krishna reveals how we approach him. Ye yadamam prapadyante. Last night there was a very wonderful little drama or play or dance. I'm not exactly what it was called, but it was really nice. Achyuta Gopi was telling stories, and devotees were enacting those stories. Murari Gupta was a devotee of Ram, and Lord Chaitanya taught him to worship Krishna. And Murari Gupta just couldn't worship Krishna because whenever he tried to say Krishna's name, Ram came out. And he came to Lord Chaitanya saying, I think my life is useless because I can't follow your instruction. My love for Ram has completely possessed my life in every way. And Lord Chaitanya was very happy. He said, that is because you are Hanuman. I was testing your love. I'm completely satisfied. So when we're going to speak something about the pastimes of Lord Ram, which are as deep as any story could ever be, if we hear it with the proper sincerity and faith. That one Supreme Godhead, who we call in this temple often Krishna, appeared as Ram to teach by his example how to live through the challenges of this world with the highest integrity. And he's not teaching us in a way to think that he's God, it's impossible for us. If that was the case, why would he even bother doing it? He's doing it for us. He's doing it with the invitation to try to follow these principles according to our capacity. And that is the path of perfection. There was a tyrant that was evil and cruel like the world has never seen. His name was Ravana. And actually, he was a yogi in a broader sense. He performed such severe yoga. If he came to any yoga studio here in New York City, everyone would surrender to him instantly. Because he had such supernatural powers through tuning in to these most powerful, subtle energies of the universe. And he did tremendous tapasya. Tapasya means he was fasting, and he was meditating, and he was doing yoga, and he was doing sacrifices. And ultimately, he received the darshan of Lord Brahma and requested Brahma benedictions that would make him indestructible. But he never asked Brahma to not be defeated by humans, because humans were insignificant. It's like you doing years and years of purification, and then when you get a wish, you say, I don't want to be defeated by an ant. That's all a human was for Radhanath. And of course, he didn't ask for not being killed by animals, because he could change his form any way he wanted. He received all his benedictions. And he was, when you have opulences, whether it's mystical opulences, supernatural powers, or whether it's money, or whether it's knowledge, or whether it's fame and influence over others, they're all basically the same, in the sense that they give us a certain influence and power to control. And are we using these gifts of God ultimately with gratitude, with devotion, with compassion, with integrity? Are we being guided by the eternal soul? Or are we being guided by our greed, our arrogance, our egos? So that was Ravana. He was so powerful, even the devatas, the supernatural beings of the heavenly worlds, they were all being defeated by him. Everyone was helpless. At that time, in the great city of Ayodhya, there was a great king named Dasarath. He was the emperor of vast regions of this world. And he ruled with such compassion. He was so saintly that everyone in his kingdom was satisfied. Even Ravana wasn't disturbing them. There was prosperity. Interestingly, it's because he really cared. So many things work if you really care, and so many things, however powerful or effective they may be, just don't work if you don't really care. He treated every citizen, which means every species of life, wherever there was a living being in his kingdom, he felt it was my total responsibility to God to take care of them and give them every possible opportunity. So it was a very happy kingdom. But he was feeling a deep emptiness in his heart because he did not have a son to inherit this kingdom on his behalf. So this is a beautiful story that takes place in the Valmiki Ramayana, the story of Lord Ram's life in Sanskrit language. With the wisdom of Vasishtha Muni, his guru, and other great sages and rishis, he had, in those days, great kings like this had sometimes more than one wife. He had 3 wives. And they did such beautiful devotional acts and sacrifices and other such ways of appealing to the Lord for several years. And at the very conclusion, they were doing this yajna, and they made an offering of ghee with mantras to the Supreme God Vishnu and the demigods of the universe. And this was long ago, when such beings would actually come to receive the offerings. And Lord Brahma, he was meditating on Vishnu, the Supreme Lord, that please come to free the world of Ravana and his armies and become the son of Dasarath. It's interesting. Ram is not a human. He's the absolute truth. He's God. But he took birth from the womb of a human so that he would be categorized as a human. And therefore he could transcend that restriction. When they made this final oblation, a wonderful golden personality, a celestial personality, emerged from the fire. And he was holding a golden pot. And he gave that pot to Maharaj Dasarath and told him, "You share this with your queens." And the Supreme Lord and his personal expansions will be born. Then that divine personality was worshipped by Dasarath, and he entered back into the fire. And Maharaj Dasarath, he divided the content of what was in this pot. It was a celestial ambrosia. And he gave half to his senior-most wife, Kausalya, half to his youngest wife, Kaikeyi. And then the two of them gave portions to another wife, Sumitra, or queen. And they drank it, and all three became pregnant. And it was on this day, Ramnavami, the 9th month of the new moon, that the first child, Lord Sri Ramchandra, was born from Kausalya. And then from Kaikeyi, Bharat was born. And from Sumitra, 2 children were born, Lakshman and Shatrughna. They were so attractive to everyone's hearts. From the very moment of their birth and every day that they grew, of course they were just little babies. Their parents could not see beyond them being their own helpless little children. And the rest of the citizens saw them the same way. But everyone loved them. They were attracting the very souls of everyone of the kingdom. And they went to their schools and they learn so many arts. When they were just in their teenage years, now I'm going to start going very fast forward. Because this story, to tell each story just in a nice, regular way, it takes about, I've done it before, it takes about 50 hours. And I have 1 hour. When the 4 brothers were just in their teenage years, they were boys. One day, a great sage of the name Vishwamitra came into the kingdom. He was very, very great sage. He has such an unbelievable history behind him of how he became as powerful as he was. He was living in the jungles. He had an ashram there. He had no material possessions. All he had was wisdom and realization. When he came to the gateway of the kingdom of Ayodhya, and the king was informed, immediately he came down from his throne to greet him. Because this was one of the qualities of a leader, is they would humble themselves before those who actually possess something far beyond what they have. They have realizations of God. They have love of God. They have detachment from the ego and all the pursuits of this world. So Maharaj Dasarath brought Vishwamitra Muni to his throne and sat him down and began to give him gifts and offering him food, and said, "Whatever I have and all that I am belongs to you. How can I serve you?" You do have to be careful when you say that. Vishwamitra Muni said, "I'm having difficulties. There's asuras, there's very powerful demoniac beings who have attained yogic supernatural powers who are harassing my ashram. They're very deadly and very dangerous." He said, "I want that you give me Ram to dispose of them." Dasarath, he was seeing Ram as his son. He wasn't seeing him as a mighty, powerful incarnation of God, but Vishwamitra Muni knew he was. Dasarath Maharaj was mortified. "I cannot give you Ram. He's just a boy. He hasn't even finished school yet. He doesn't know how to fight with all the weapons yet. We haven't trained him." He said, "I will send my entire army, and I'll lead the army, and we'll deal with these asuras. But let Ram remain home." Vishwamitra said, "That won't work." Dasarath said, "Who are these demons?" He said, "They are Maricha and Subahu. They are agents of Ravana." when that name, Ravana, hit the heart of Dasarath, he knew. He said, Ravana, he can easily defeat me and all my armies. We can't do it. How is Ram going to fight these people? Vishwamitra Muni said, you made me a promise. You would give me anything I asked for. Are you going to break your promise from me? And Vishwamitra Muni began to manifest yogic anger. Now sometimes we think that yoga, we give up anger. And that's what it's for. You're supposed to give up anger. But that means material anger. But once you actually give up material anger, then you have transcendental anger. We're out of sheer compassion and a pure heart and mercy with no ego whatsoever for the service of the Lord. Hanuman, later on we'll find out, he got angry a lot. Vishwamitra Muni started trembling, and everybody started trembling. And Dasarath said, all right, you can take Ram. And he turned to Ram and said, Vishwamitra Muni, he explained to him, and Ram just said, yes, I will go. Everybody happy. And Ram's younger brother, Lakshman, was his constant companion. Of these 4 children, Lakshman was always at the side assisting Ram. And Satrughna was always at the side assisting Bharat. And all 4 brothers were of the very, very deepest, best of loving friendships as brothers. So naturally, Lakshman joined Ram. When they entered the forest, Ram knows everything. But he was showing the world the nature of a sincere disciple. He was asking Vishwamitra Muni so many questions. Bhagavad Gita tells that Lord Ram, Krishna, they have written the Vedas. They have compiled the Vedas, all the scriptures of the world. And by all the scriptures, all the Vedas, they are to be known. Now Vishwamitra Muni knows this is God. I'm his eternal servant. Whatever I know, whatever I have is his mercy. But God wants me to be his guru. I will be his guru. And Ram is the all-powerful. But to show out of kindness to the world, I will show. Who could show better than God how to please God? And Lakshman is Balaram, the first expansion of the Supreme Lord. So as they were traveling in the forest, Ram and Lakshman would collect wood and bring it for their guru. They would go and collect water and bring it for their guru. They would go collect fruits and roots and herbs and prepare them for meals for their guru. And every night they would massage the feet of their guru and massage his legs and ask so many questions. There's so many beautiful pages of the Ramayana where they're asking them philosophical questions and so many histories. When they came to the river Ganga, the Ganges, please tell us, what is the origin and the history of the Ganges? How did she come to this world? And actually, in these loving relationships, although Vishwamitra Muni knows this is God I'm teaching, and although God knows that it's me he's teaching, they become so absorbed in their loving relationships that Ram actually doesn't just pretend to be a disciple, he is a disciple. And Vishwamitra Muni really feels the compassion of a guru for his disciple. It's a rasa. It's pure loving exchange. So they went to the ashram. It was a beautiful ashram, siddhashram in the jungles. Very isolated place. And all the disciples of Vishwamitra Muni and all the other sages and rishis and yogis and paramhamsas, they were all living there so simple. And as they were doing their spiritual practices, their ceremonies and meditations, all of a sudden it became dark, and I'm not going to get into details, but Maricha and Subahu started showering down obnoxious things and coming just to spoil everything and destroy them. And Ram was humble, so humble. He just looked at Vishwamitra Muni and said, "How can I serve you?" Vishwamitra Muni said, "Dispatch of them." And from Ram's perspective, I'm doing it because I have the order and the empowerment of my guru. And Subahu attacked. And Ram drew his bow and arrow. Subahu was immediately killed. And then Maricha attacked. But he didn't kill him. Ram on purpose he had another purpose for him. And he went, he flew 800 miles away and landed in the ocean. And then everything was very peaceful at the ashram. And Vishwamitra Muni wanted to show the forest and different holy places. They came to one place where there was a stone on the ground, and Vishwamitra Muni told a whole story and said to Ram, "Now you put your foot on this stone," and from the stone came a beautiful lady named Ahalya, who due to some karmic activity and her curses, she became a stone, and now Ram not only made her her original beautiful, beautiful form, but because he touched his feet upon her, she became a pure, completely liberated, ecstatic devotee of the Lord. Vishwamitra Muni took Ram and Lakshman into the kingdom of Mithila. How many people here have heard of this place, Mithila? Please raise your hands. Today that area is just around the border of Nepal and India. It's in Nepal, and it is called Janakpur. Vishwamitra Muni told Ram and Lakshman, in Mithila there is the bow of Shiva, the mightiest, most magnificent bow that the world has. I want to show you that bow. So they came into Mithila, and as soon as Vishwamitra Muni entered and the word spread, the king of Mithila, Janaka, came to greet him and offered so many loving services to him. Janak told a story how long ago, generations back, there was a great war between the Devas and the Asuras. And at that time, Lord Shiva used his own bow, the most powerful of all bows and arrows, and gave that bow to my great-great-great-grandfather. And it has been here ever since. Janak described, for the well-being of all my citizens, I wanted them to have the blessings of the Supreme Lord. So I was performing a sacrificial ceremony. Sacrifice means devotion, a devotional ceremony. And to do this ceremony properly under the guidance of Brahmins, he was plowing the whole area, a circle around where the ceremony would be. He was plowing it with a golden plow. And the king was doing himself. And as he was plowing the earth, from earth herself, a beautiful baby girl appeared. Her name was Sita. She was born of the earth. It's very interesting. Sita is living eternally in the spiritual world. And one of her expansions is Bhumi, the personification of Mother Earth. So through her own expansion of Bhumi, she appears within this world. And similarly, Krishna and Ram, their expansion is Vishnu. But when they appear in this world, they appear as incarnations of Vishnu. So when Sita was just a little girl, she had such supremely divine qualities. Everyone was attracted to her. And according to the people of Mithila, this story was shared to me by some great devotees of Ram. It was 1971 or 2. They explained that one little Sita was so attractive to everyone, anything she did. But she was just behaving like a little girl. And she would see her mother cleaning, so she wanted to clean. So one day she was just cleaning, dusting everything. And Maharaj Janak, her father, he wanted to see everything she did. But he would hide, for she wouldn't be embarrassed. So he was hiding and watching her just dusting. And she came to this big treasure case, huge treasure case, where the bow of Shiva was situated. And she was dusting around the bow. Now this bow was so powerful, and it was so heavy, that 300 people together could not pick it up. Sita, she wanted to dust under, she just lifted one, put it down. And Janak Maharaj saw this, and he vowed, whoever wants to marry my Sita will have to lift this bow and string it. String it means actually put the string on it, which just means you have to bend it. When that news came and she became a little older, everyone wanted to marry her. Great kings, great princes were coming, demigods were coming. But not a single person could even lift the bow. Even Ravana came. And he couldn't lift the bow. It was a mighty bow. And because all these different kings and princes were they have sometimes big egos. Because they failed. They wanted to get revenge, and they all teamed up and attacked Mithila to conquer the whole kingdom and then just take Sita. So Janak had to take the help of the Devatas, and there was, for 1 full year, there was a war going on where they were trying to attack and conquer for Sita. But they could not succeed. And now Janak is greeting Vishwamitra Muni, and he's seeing Ram. So beautiful, so gracious, so humble, such character. There's just no one else that could ever be a suitable husband for Sita than him. Vishwamitra, please bring Ram to the ceremony tomorrow. And when they came in, it was a big hall. And over 300 powerful wrestlers had to pull this chest with wheels to bring the bow into this hall. And it was opened up. And Sita was in the balcony. And all the people of Mithila was watching. And when Sita saw Ram, her eternal love for him awakened. Ram looked at the bow. Then he looked at Vishwamitra Muni. Vishwamitra said, Ram, this is the bow. Ram, with utter humility, just looked at his guru. And then his guru said, Ram, lift it. Now everyone wanted Ram to marry Sita. But everyone was seeing this bow. It had thousands of diamonds and emeralds and rubies and pearls. It was solid gold and silver. It was the most magnificent thing anyone could imagine. It was Shiva's bow. It was gigantic. Sita looked at the bow, and then she looked at Ram. Even though he was very strong and everything, he looked very soft and wonderful. Practically, the entire kingdom was holding their breath. And when the Lord wants to make suspense, He is supreme. He just looked at the bow, and everyone was looking him and the bow. It's impossible. He's just a boy. The greatest warriors cannot lift it. He's a boy. But we want him to lift it. Then he slowly put his hand down and grasped it. Then he looked at his guru, and his guru said, and while everyone was holding their breath in suspense, Ram effortlessly lifted the bow and raised it straight over his head within a second. And then, just to gauge how heavy it was, he flipped it up, he tossed it up and caught it a few times. People were watching and wonder. And he put one end of the bow on the ground, and he took the other end, and he bent it, and he put a string on it. He strung both sides. But he wanted to do something extra. After he strung the bow, he lifted up again over his head and pulled the string. The bow broke. It literally created a completely aesthetically beautiful earthquake. Nothing was damaged. No buildings fell, but the entire earth was shaking by the power of that bow breaking. Then he placed it down. And Janak Maharaj invited Sita to come down. She had a garland of victory that was made of golden flowers. And she stood before Ram. And she was so overflooding with love and really shy. And she held the garland up. And then Ram and Sita gazed into each other's eyes. And that was actually one of the greatest moments in the history of creation. When Ram and Sita first gazed in each other's eyes, and the ecstasy of the love that they had was exchanged. And Sita placed the garland around Ram's neck, and flowers started showering from the heavens. And everyone in all of Ayodhya was crying out in ultimate happiness, Jai Sitaram. Jai Sitaram. And then the marriage was arranged, and Dasarath and so many of the people of Ayodhya came to Mithila. And Vashishta Muni came, the priest of Ayodhya, and he was doing the pujas. And just before this wedding ceremony was going to begin, Vishwamitra Muni suggested that Ram has 3 brothers, and Sita has a sister and 2 cousin sisters. It would be very auspicious if they were all married in the same ceremony. And all the girls and all the boys and all the citizens, everyone really liked that idea. So Ram and Sita were married. Lakshman and Urmila, who was daughter of Janak, sister of Sita. And Janak had a younger brother named Kushadvaja. And his 2 daughters were Mandavi, who married Bharat, and Shrutakirti, who married Satrugna. And they were all married. And there's different ways in which you could live happily ever after. and I'll try to describe some of them. So they all moved back to Ayodhya. And the entire kingdom, everyone's hearts were completely surrendered in love to Sita and Ram. And they could hardly wait until Sita Ram would be the king and queen of Ayodhya. One day, the father of Kaikeyi, Ashwapati, invited Bharat and Satrughna to come to help with matters of the kingdom, in his kingdom, which is some days away by travel. So they were gone. And at that time, some of the Brahmins and sages told Dasarath Maharaj that there are many inauspicious things coming in the very near future. We can see omens, and we could see signs. So before that happens, you should coronate Ram as the Prince Regent. That means he's going to be the next king. Dasarath really wanted to do. It was the greatest joy in his life not to hold on to power, but to give it to someone who could do it better. So he brought together kings and princes from other lands close by, and his ministers and his Brahmins, and described that this is what I'm being advised to do. We should do this coronation for Ram. What do all of you think? And Dasarath was so open-hearted. He said to all these people, do you have anyone that you feel is more qualified than Ram? I'm open. I just want the best person to be the king. And everyone unanimously. Immediately, Ram should be coronated as the Prince Regent. So Vasishtha Muni and the others decided we should do this tomorrow. And they started inviting so many people to come to attend. But what happened is Bharat and Satrughna, they forgot to invite them because there were so many busy things, and then it was last minute and they were thinking they'll understand. We have to do it before the inauspicious energies come. So when the word spread in Ayodhya, it was the most joyous festival of all festivals. Kaikeyi, she loved Ram like her own son. In fact, if you go to Ayodhya, how many people here have been to Ayodhya Dham? Please raise hands. There's the Ram Mandir, which was just last year inaugurated. But since the time of Ram's birth, that is Ram's birthplace. But perhaps the next most famous place in Ayodhya is the Kanaka Mandir. It was a golden palace. And it was actually the palace of Kaikeyi. It was the most magnificent palace. And when Ram and Sita came back from Mithila after being married, Kaikeyi, out of her love for Ram, she gave that palace to him for Sita and Ram to live in. So she was most affectionate. her maidservant was named Manthara. And Manthara had physical deformity. She had a hunched back. And she was taking care of Kaikeyi's whole life. When Kaikeyi was a baby, Manthara was her nurse. So she was there to serve her throughout her life. And for Kaikeyi, Manthara was not just like a nurse and a maidservant, she was a mother. But because of her physical deformity in this material world, people with false egos, they look down upon or ridicule people with deformities. With her hunched back, so many jokes about her, so many rights not given to her, so many bad things said about her. So she had a very, very vulnerable disposition. But then later on, when Kaikeyi married Dasarath and became a queen, and actually Kaikeyi became Dasarath's favorite most queen. So now Manthara had a tremendous amount of popularity and fame and power, and nobody could touch her. She's the maidservant of the favorite queen. But still, due to her past, she had such insecurities. So she feared. She came to Kaikeyi and said, "Something terrible is about to happen." Kaikeyi said, "What?" "They've decided that tomorrow Ram will be coronated as the Prince Regent." Kaikeyi said, "That's wonderful. That's the best news I've ever heard. I will give you so many beautiful, beautiful gifts just for bringing me this news." Kaikeyi was ecstatic. Manthara said, "Don't you see what's happening? Don't you see why? Are you such a fool?" She said, "What are you talking about? If Ram becomes king, if he becomes the Prince Regent, certified for the next king, because your son Bharat is so qualified, he's going to have to be the servant of Ram. He may be exiled, so there will be no competition. He may be killed. At the best, you will just be a forgotten servant of Kausalya. Your son will be nothing, you will be nothing. How could you allow this to happen? Why are they doing this when Bharat is not here? Don't you see this is a conspiracy?" And she weaved this whole conspiracy theory. And it was so intelligent. And she just kept, if you see the same thing again and again and again and hear it again and again, it starts making sense even if it doesn't make sense. Kaikeyi was arguing with her. No, Ram loves us. Ram loves everyone. But ultimately, Manthara convinced her. So Kaikeyi said, "Well, what do we do?" She said, "I will tell you exactly what to do." Now, secretly, what was really happening is the Devatas actually affected Manthara with this envy, because they wanted Ram to go to the forest so he would actually fight and kill Ravana. So there was a master plan behind it all. But there were so many lessons also. Association is so powerful. Here is a pure lover of the Lord who, due to bad association, becomes an enemy of the Lord. Kaikeyi, what should I do? Do you remember long ago, Dasarath Maharaj was fighting in a battle? Dasarath was such a good fighter that when he would fight against enemies, he would be on a chariot, a ratha. And it appeared that his chariot was facing all 10 sides. That's why Dasaratha, like 10 chariots. But somehow or other he was overcome and he was wounded, and if he stayed in the battlefield he would die. And when Kaikeyi found out about that, she got on a chariot from wherever she was, and she rode into the battlefield and picked up Dasarath and put him on her chariot and took him back and nursed him to health. She saved his life. Dasarath gave her a benediction. I'll give you any 2 boons you desire. I'll give you anything I have within my powers. And Kaikeyi said, at another time, if I need something, I can ask. Kaikeyi said, the time has come. The 2 boons: install my son Bharat as the Prince Regent. And if Bharat becomes king, there will be competition. Therefore, Ram should be banished to live as an ascetic in the forest for 14 years. The whole plot was orchestrated by Manthara. Because Dasarath has so much affection for you, you should not be on your beautiful beds or your thrones. Lay on the floor with dirty clothes like you're completely morose. So when Dasarath came to give the good news to Kaikeyi, she was like that. And it's actually a whole chapter describing the dialogue. Dasarath said, what's wrong? Why are you like this? This is the happiest day of our lives. Kaikeyi said, do you remember you offered me 2 boons? He said, yes, of course. Do you vow that you will fulfill those boons? He said, of course. Do you vow in the name of all of your ancestors? Yes. Do you vow in the name of God? Yes. Do you vow in the name of Ram? Yes. Whatever you want, just tell me. Just get off the floor. These are the 2 boons. I said, what are they? Coronate Bharat, my son, as the Prince Regent, and banish Ramchandra to the forest for 14 years to live as an ascetic. Dasarath could not believe what he heard. He said, that is impossible. I cannot do it. What type of leader are you? You cannot keep your word before God. There was hours and hours and hours of begging and pleading, but she became stronger and stronger and stronger. And the night passed. And the next morning, Lord Ramchandra was wondering, where's my father? Actually, that whole night Kausalya she was staying up and doing so many beautiful ceremonies for the blessings of her son, and Sita was so excited, and Ram was so excited. Everyone was in joyous festivities. No one could sleep that night because it was just too happy. So Vasishtha Muni lived on the outskirts of town in a hermitage with his disciples, and they all came early in the morning for the ceremony. And they were looking everywhere for Dasarath Maharaj. Dasarath Maharaj's chief minister and chariot driver, Sumantra, they go and get him. When the morning came and the sun rose, so many wonderful ladies would sing songs to wake the king. And when they came, they saw him laying in complete lamentation. They were beside themselves. Sumantra came in and said to Dasarath Maharaj, Vasishtha Muni, our guru, is waiting for you to start. Dasarath could not say a word. Kaikeyi said, bring Ram. So they called for him. And because this is such a celebrating day, when he left his room, there was bands playing, and there was Brahmins chanting mantras, and they had a wonderful golden chariot and beautiful umbrellas over his head, and in a very, very glorious way, he was dressed very nicely, and he went to the palace of Dasarath. And when he went into the room, he said, Father, why are you so sad? Father said, nothing. He couldn't speak. Kaikeyi told him. He said, Ram, I will tell you why he's so sad. He offered me 2 boons. Ram said, what is it? What can I do? Kaikeyi said, do you vow before God? Do you vow in the name of your father that whatever those boons that your father promised, that you will fulfill them? Ram said, of course, of course. She says, you take solemn vow? He said, yes. I have asked him for these 2 boons. That you go to the forest for 14 years and Bharat be king. Ram said, if that's the way I can honor my father, I'm happy to do. I will do. And Dasarath was groaning, and no, don't do it, Ram. Don't do it. You don't have to do this. But to honor his father, he agreed. So when he left the palace, he was walking by foot, all alone. He wouldn't accept any of the ceremony. And he went to his mother's room. And his mother was overjoyed. Today you will be Prince Regent, the day we've all been waiting for. And Ram told her, Kausalya, she was broken. She tried in every way to dissuade him. But when she saw there was nothing she could do to change his mind, because he believed so deeply in the integrity of Dharma, deeply in the integrity of Dharma. she ultimately said, "Yes, my son, you have my blessings. You have my permission. You go, and you live with peace, and you live with happiness. And please know that I will be counting every moment until you return for these 14 years." Then Ram went to Sita's place. And Sita was also very happy, celebrating. And Ram explained to her, "I have to leave you for 14 years. Sita was in deep pain, not because he was going. She was in deep pain because he did not consider taking her with him. She said, "If you're leaving to honor your father and honor your word before God, if you're leaving, I'm coming with you." He said, "No, that is not possible. You've been born a princess your whole life. You're eating the finest foods, sleeping on beautiful silk beds, being protected in the forest. There's cold winds in the forest. There's cold winds, burning hot summers. There's lions and tigers and snakes and crocodiles and so many rakshasas, so many terrible people that eat humans and eat everything, and so many mosquitoes. And sometimes there'll be nothing to eat, and the only thing you'll ever eat in 14 years are just raw herbs and roots from the grounds. And you'll have to dress in tree bark. You cannot live like this. I cannot tolerate seeing you live like this. You just stay back. You take care of my father and take care of my mothers, and I will be back." This is all Sita. She expressed to Lord. She expressed to Lord Ram, "On the day of my marriage with you, my father Janaka promised that I would be with you through good times and bad times, through easy and difficult situations. You cannot make my father a liar. I'm going with you." And Ram said, "Actually, I want you to go with me." "Let's go. We have to go now." And as they were leaving, Lakshman was fuming with anger. He said, "Ram, you don't have to go. I will personally conquer our father. And I'll conquer all his armies, but you must be the king." And Ram said, "We are here to honor our father and honor our word. This is Dharma." Lakshman said, "I'll agree under one condition. Take me with you." Ram said, "Let us go." Actually, at that time, Ram went to get the last blessings and permission from his father. And his father just could not say a word. But seeing Ram's conviction, his father said, "Yes, you have my full blessings and permission. May you have a safe and happy journey." And his last words, "Blessed and fortunate are those people who live to see you return to Ayodhya." He left his father, and his father fell unconscious. That time Vashishta Muni and the others were there, and Dasarath Maharaj was watching also now. Dasarath said, "I'll come with you. Let Bharat have the kingdom. I'll come with you. And not only me, but my whole army, all my ministers, all our family. We'll take everyone to the forest. And let Bharat and Kaikeyi stay here and rule this Ayodhya." And Ram said, "No, my father, in your honor, I will go alone and only wear the bark of trees with Sita and Lakshman." And at that point, Kaikeyi, she already had arranged 3 sets of tree bark. And she said, "I have them." And she gave, Ram took off all his clothes and put on just tree bark. And Lakshman put on tree bark. And then Kaikeyi gave tree bark to Sita. She was looking at the tree bark, and she was so humble and bewildered. How do I put these on? You know, new devotees sometimes, putting on a dhoti, or putting on a sari, you need somebody to do it for you. You can't just do it the first time. So, what to speak of just 2 pieces of tree bark, and it's mixed with grass, tree bark and grass. And so Lord Ram himself was putting the tree bark on Sita. And as he was doing it, she looked so like out of place and bewildered in her heart, and her eyes were with such an innocent, sweet confusion. Everyone began crying. And at that point, the guru, Vashishta Muni, became outraged. He said, "Kaikeyi, what type of a evil heart has come upon you? You are not moved to see Sita go to the forest wearing tree bark." Kaikeyi was just telling Ram, "Put it on." And all the citizens were mourning. Ram told Sumantra, the charioteer of Dasarath, "Please take us by chariot outside of Ayodhya into the forest, and then leave us there." So they got on the chariot, and on their way, everyone in Ayodhya followed, including Kausalya and Dasarath. Dasarath was very old. He was running. Ram told Sumantra, "Speed up the chariot." So they speeded up. And people were running, and the older people couldn't keep up. And there were some really old Brahmins who just would not be parted from Ram. They were chasing, so it was so painful for Ram to see this. So they traveled all day, and when the evening came, they came to the Tamasa River, and they decided to rest for the night. And thousands of the residents of Ayodhya were there, resting, ready to go to the forest for 14 years. And because they walked all day, they were tired. At midnight, Ram woke up Lakshman and Sumantra and Sita and said, "We go now." quietly. Nobody will know. They got on the chariot, really quiet. And Ram was directing Sumantra that go into the river. This is a shallow part of the river, and just that way no one can ever find the tracks of the wheels. And when the residents of Ayodhya woke up, there was no clue where Ram had gone. So with broken hearts, they returned to Ayodhya Dham. Meanwhile, Sumantra brought them to the bank of the Ganga, the Ganges River. And there was a tribal community led by a king named Guha. Thank you. And Maharaj Guha, when he heard that Lord Ram was there, the Prince of Ayodhya, he came with all gifts and all. They lived in the forest. They were actually considered, by social standards, they were considered like outcasts. They had no educations or anything like that, but they were very, very great devotees. And Guha Maharaj, when he learned what had happened to Ram, Guha said, "I'm the king. Today I offer you my entire kingdom and all the people and everything we have, and I will be your obedient, humble servant for the next 14 years, and you just be happy." And he brought him a bed and fine foods, and Ram would only drink water. And he would only sleep on some dry leaves on the ground. And he said, "I cannot accept any kingdom. To honor my vow, I must go to the forest with Sita and Lakshman alone." Lakshman and Guha spoke the whole night through, and he told the whole story. And the next morning, Guha Maharaj arranged a rowboat across the Ganges. And Ram told Sumantra, "You must go back to Ayodhya and send my love and my prayers to my parents. And make sure you tell Bharat to honor and respect and take care of his mother. She should not hold this against her." Sumantra begged, "Let me come with you too. You saw what happened when we left Ayodhya. If I come back with the chariot without you, it will be devastating. It will be better for them if you just allow me to come with you. We'll just leave the chariot here and I'll walk through the forest for 14 years. But Ram insisted, "You go back today." Ram stayed with Guha for some days and eventually went back. To Prayag, the place of Kumbh Mela, where the Jamuna, the Ganga, and the Saraswati rivers meet. The king of all holy places. Ram gave the name Prayag, Prayagraj, the king of holy places. And there, at the confluence of these three rivers, was the ashram of a very pure devotee, great sage named Bharadvaj Muni. when Bharadvaj Muni, with all of his disciples and all of the other sages that were with him, when they saw Ram coming, they welcomed him so nicely. But they had already heard about the exile. And Maharaj Guha was also with the Lord at that time. Bharadvaj said, this is the forest. It's the holiest place. There's no one except rishis and sages here. No materialistic people will ever live here. So you stay here with us for 14 years. Ram responded, I must be in a lonely place where the citizens of Ayodhya will not find me and try to bring me back. He inquired on many philosophical issues from Bharadvaj Muni, accepted him like a guru. And the next morning he asked, please give us guidance. Where should we live? We want a quiet place where only enlightened people go. Bharadvaj Muni said, I know the perfect place. It's 50 miles from here. He began to describe in great details. This is a forest with thousands of singing birds and large humming bumblebees and flowering trees. And the sacred Mandakini Ganga river is flowing there. It is at the mountain of Chitrakoot. That is where you should go. So with the blessings of Bharadvaj, Ram, Sita, and Lakshman, they remained there at Prayagraj for some time. And then they left by foot for Chitrakoot. When they arrived in Chitrakoot, they found themselves at the ashram of Valmiki Muni. And they decided to make their residence very close by. So Lakshman got just wood that had fallen from trees and leaves, and made a wonderful little hut for Sita and Ram to live in. And in this way they live very peacefully in Chitrakoot. How many people have been to Chitrakoot? Please raise hands. In many ways, it's like the Vrindavan of Ram's Leela. They were living in the forest with pure yogis, devotees. And Ram and Sita would just serve the sages. That was the joy of their life. And Lakshman was always there to protect Ram and Sita. He never even slept. When Ram and Sita took rest in their little hut that Lakshman made, he would sit outside totally wide awake to protect. He was there to serve. Meanwhile, should I continue? What are you supposed to say? I'm sorry. This is the beginning of the story, actually. Sumandra came back with the chariot into Ayodhya. And he came to the palace of Dasarath Maharaj. Dasarath Maharaj was with Kausalya and Sumitra. They wanted to know everything about Ram, Sita, and Lakshman. Sumitra described everything about their journey. He said, when I left them, they were on a rowboat crossing the Ganges. They would not let me come with you. No. Ram was crying, and Lakshman was crying, and offering their love to their mothers and father, and all the citizens of Ayodhya. And when Sita saw me leaving, she's on this rowboat. What is their destiny? With tears filling her eyes, she looked so confused like a child. When Dasarath heard these things, when Kausalya, the mother, heard these, they became so deeply aggrieved in their hearts. Kausalya, actually, it was so traumatic for her, she began to chastise Dasarath. Why did you do this? Dasarath was just silently suffering. And when she saw this, Kausalya begged forgiveness. I didn't mean to say that. And I'm grieving. I'm with you. I understand. And that night, alone, Dasarath, he chanted the name of Lord Ram and gave up his body. And went back to the spiritual world. The next morning, when his loved ones found him, he was grieving. And then not only did Ayodhya lose Ram and Sita and Lakshman, but now their most beloved father and King Dasarath had died. Vashishta Muni, he sent messengers. You must go and tell Bharat and Satrughna that they have to come right away. There is no king. There's no one to perform the last rites for Dasarath. But they should not be unhappy. Tell them, give them a report that everything's going well and things are doing very nice in Ayodhya, but there's a need for you to come back right away. Vashishta is giving this message. So a few days of chariot drivers, they went and gave that message. And Bharat and Satrughna returned to Ayodhya. They didn't know anything about any of what was going on. When they came, right at the gateway, there was just no one around. The streets were vacant, deserted. No shops were open. Ayodhya was a bustling place of happy people. There were vultures circling overhead. They saw so many inauspicious signs and omens everywhere. And wherever they saw a person, they were crying. They heard moaning and groaning from houses. They didn't know what was going on. He went to the palace of his father. His father, whenever he was gone for long trips, he always was there to greet him so jubilantly. Where's my father? And where's Ram, my brother? He went to his mother's quarters. He said, "Mother, what's happening here?" And Kaikeyi, quite happily, she said, "Our wish is fulfilled. You will now be the king and rule all of Ayodhya. It is now this kingdom yours. It's yours." Bharata said, "What are you talking about? Where's my father, Dasarath? He's the king." She said, "He died." Well, where's Ram? He's the eldest son. He is the king. She said, "He has been banished to the forest for 14 years. She explained the whole story, and she was thinking he would be so grateful and happy. Bharat was outraged, totally brokenhearted. He said, this evil conspiracy that you have created will never be fulfilled. I will go to the forest and I will bring Ram back, and I will remain there for 14 years. I will never allow your evil wish to be fulfilled." He went to Kausalya's place to comfort her. She just lost her son and her husband. When he came into Kausalya's apartment, Kausalya was thin and pale and broken, and she looked at Bharat. She said, "Now the kingdom is yours. Now your wish is fulfilled. Your mother has succeeded. Now you be the king. You enjoy. But your father's dead. And his last words were crying in separation from Ram. So before you ascend to the throne, my one request, please bring me to the forest, for I could live with Ram for the rest of my life." Bharat was heartbroken. He said, "I had nothing to do with it. I was not part of this. I will never." Kausalya said, "I knew that this was in your heart. But still, because I'm so aggrieved, I had to say something like that." And Bharat tried to pacify Kausalya, and Kausalya understood she had to equally try to pacify Bharat. He performed the last rites for his father. And after 14 days, after the mourning period was completed, Vashishta Muni said there needs to be a leadership here. we will begin to coronate you as King, Bharat. What you and your mother desired is now coming to pass. Everyone was misunderstanding poor Bharat. He said, I worship Ram. I will go to the forest and bring him back here. That is my vow. Vasishtha Muni was so happy. Just the fact that Bharat wanted to do that gave hope to everybody in Ayodhya. So they began to arrange the armies, the ministers, the mothers, the citizens. They would all go to the forest to find Ram, to bring him back. On their journey, they came to the kingdom of Guha Maharaj. And when he saw Bharat coming with armies, he was thinking they were coming to kill Ram, because that way he'll never be able to come back. So he had all his soldiers ready to fight and die for Ram. But still, he knew Bharat was a very divine person. So him and just a couple of his other ministers came to have a private meeting with Bharat. And Bharat explained his mission. Guha Maharaj was crying in great happiness. I'll go with you. Let us go to Ram. And they went to Bhardraj Muni's place, and I'm going to end real soon. Because this is kind of a Kumbh Mela story here. They came to Prayagraj, where Bhardraj Muni's, and Bharat came. He kept the armies and everyone a little behind, and he just came with a few others, Vasishtha Muni and some leaders. And they went to Bhardraj Muni, and Bhardraj Muni said, Bharat, because of you, Ram is living in the forest, and now have you come with these armies to harm him? Bharat Muni expressed, Bharat, I've come to bring him back to Ayodhya. So Bhardraj Muni was so happy to hear this. He said, I'll tell you exactly where he is. He's in the Chitrakoot forest. You could leave tomorrow, but tonight, because you have such a noble purpose to serve Ram, let me host you. I will arrange the most comfortable palatial residences for you and all of the people you have come with. I'll arrange luxurious feast of the finest foods and have the best entertainers come. And Bharat's looking around. And it's just a little hermitage with people living in little kutirs in a forest on the bank of Yamuna and Ganga and Saraswati. How are you going to do that? And Bhardraj started chanting mantras. And he started chanting mantras, and he called upon Vishwakarma to build palaces. And he called upon various demigods to bring upon heavenly food. And he called upon Gandharvas and Apsaras to come and dance and play instruments. And suddenly, that bank of the Ganges, which minutes before was just riverbank, it became like a whole kingdom. And Bharat came into this magnificent palace. And they were dining and feasting, and everything was going on. And the next morning when they left, they got directions, everything disappeared, and it was just a little hermitage again. And that's kind of what happens at Kumbh Mela. It's absolutely astonishing. You know, it takes a little more time than chanting a mantra, but that's what they do. If you go there any time of the year, it's just riverbank, just sand. But when you go for Kumbh Mela, there's tents, there's food being prepared for hundreds and thousands, food being prepared for millions of people every day. There's accommodations, some of them are very luxurious and nice, for millions of people every day. There's sound systems, thousands and thousands of kirtans, thousands and thousands of dramas, thousands and thousands of pravachans. It's a whole city. And then as soon as Kumbh Mela is gone, it's just sand. You know, the Uttar Pradesh government is like Bhartraj Muni. Yogi Adityaraj, yes, he's like, he chants the mantras and it's quite incredible. So then they were going now the next day to Chitrakoot. And Lakshman, it's such a quiet place, Chitrakoot. It's just saints just doing worship and chanting and doing puja. It's just the abode of bhakti. And they heard, you know, there were elephants and chariots and horses, and thousands of people could hear it from a distance in such a quiet forest. And Lakshman climbed a tree, and he saw the flag of Bharat on one chariot. And he said to Ram, I will single-handedly send Bharat to the abode of Yamaraj, and I will destroy the entire army of Ayodhya on this very day. And Lakshman's eyes were glowing red, and he was trembling. And he meant it. And he could do it. Ram chastised Lakshman. He said, you never speak like that again. Bharat is my brother. And he loves you. He loves me with the same devotion as you do. He is as surrendered to me as you. If he is coming here, he is coming to serve. You never speak bad about your brother like that again. That was a hard instruction for Lakshman to surrender to. He accepted it. He begged forgiveness. When they came close to the Chitrakoot mountain, beautiful blue mountain, in those days, the Ramayana describes it had snow-capped peaks that were in the clouds. Bharat with Vashishta and Satrughna and a few others, they went ahead, and there, through the trees and the bushes of the forest, they came upon the little wooden hut that Lakshman had made for Ram. And there was Ram, Sita, and Lakshman. Bharat came forward, and he offered his Dandavat pranams to Ram, and Ram picked him up and embraced him. And then they brought the other citizens. This is such an instructive part of Ramayana that any sincere devotee, according to our capacity, we must try to emulate this spirit of the love between Bharat and Ram. For those of you who have gone to Chitrakoot, at the place where Ram's kutir, or his little home was, there's rocks covering the mountain. One rock, there's two sets of footprints facing each other. And there's two other such rocks. One rock is where Ram met Bharat, and while they embraced, their love for each other was so deep and so pure that the stones under them melted, and their footprints are there for eternity. And the place where Satrugna and his brother Lakshman embraced formed two footprints. And the place where Kausalya, Ram's mother, embraced Sita is enshrined with those footprints. Ram asked Bharat, where is our father? Where is Dasarath Maharaj? Where is the king? Why everyone has come but not him? Bharat explained, our father has gone back to the kingdom of God. When Ram heard that, he fell to the ground and faint and woke up crying, as did Lakshman. And when they told the story of how he passed away in separation, they could only cry. And Ram, with the others, they went to the Mandakini Ganga River because Ram wanted to perform last rites for his father. He took the water from the sacred river and streamed down his fingers as he was offering the sacred water to the eternal soul of his father, with prayers and love. And together, the four brothers and the queens, they all grieved for some days in Chitrakoot. And then Ram, he said to Bharat, our father's gone, you must go back and rule the kingdom. Bharat responded, you are the king. You are. Everyone wants you to be king. By this time, seeing the determination of Bharat, even Kaikeyi understood that she made a massive mistake. She was so covered with illusion, and Bharat's conviction and love for Ram just totally broke her illusion, and she realized she just did the worst thing. It's all her fault. She was in such guilt and despondency. Even my mother wants you to come back. Everyone wants you to come back. Lord Sri Ram told, our father is now departed from this world. It is our foremost duty to preserve the honor of our father. he made a vow before God and before our forefathers. I can never let that vow be broken. I will remain here. And how Bharat tried to convince him in every way. He said, there's a way. I will stay the 14 years in the forest. The vow will not be forsaken. I'll just take it, and you go back. Ram would not accept that. Vashishta Muni, along with the Brahmins on the instruction of Bharat, they brought all the ingredients and paraphernalia for coronating Ram as king, and then they were going to have a procession to bring him back. For many, many hours and hours, everyone was trying to convince Ram to return, but he would not return. Ram was pleading with Bharat to return as king. Bharat was pleading to Ram to be king. Do you ever hear about things like this in this world today? Well, to speak of king, even the slightest place that we serve, we want to protect. So they're having a major debate, trying to convince the other to live in the palace. I will stay in the forest and do austerities. And ultimately, when everybody could see that Ram was determined to remain as an ascetic for 14 years with Sita and Lakshman, Bharat really could not accept it, but ultimately he had no choice. He brought a set of wooden sandals and asked Ram to step in those sandals. He said, I will put these sandals on the throne, and I will serve these sandals for the next 14 years. Ram stepped in the sandals for just a moment, then came out, and Lakshman put on his head. Ram told Lakshman, he told Bharat, you must forgive your mother. Take care of her the same way you take care of my mother Kausalya and Lakshman's mother Sumitra. And when I return after 14 years, if you would like, then I will assume being king. He bade farewell to everyone, and everyone left, but Kaikeyi stayed back because she felt so much guilt. And alone, she came before Lord Ramchandra and confessed her sins, her envy, her illusion. Ram smiled at her with love and affection. He said, it is I who prompted you to act the way you did. My banishment was my plan for the happiness of the whole creation and for the well-being of the universe. It is I who covered you over. You are just my instrument. Return and be happy. they returned to Ayodhya. And Ram, Sita, Lakshman living in Chitrakoot. When Bharat came back to Ayodhya, he placed Ram's sandals on the throne. And Bharat and Shatrughna would not live in the kingdom. They would come to the kingdom just to serve the citizens. But they accepted the work, but none of the benefits. Even today, outside of Ayodhya, there's a place called Nandigram. It's a forest. In Nandigram, Bharat made a little thatched hut that was much less than what he saw Ram living in Chitrakoot. Bharat, for the next 14 years, along with Shatrughna, they never wore anything except tree bark. When Ram accepted his role as an ascetic, he took the sap of banyan trees and matted his hair. So it's just mats. Bharat matted his hair with Shatrughna. And for those 14 years, Bharat never ate anything except raw roots. And he would drink the urine of a cow. In this way, he lived a life of, the two brothers lived lives of severe tapasya. But at the same time, while doing that, they ruled the whole kingdom on behalf of the sandals of Ram. And every morning they would go and pray to the sandals to please them. And every evening they would come and give a whole report to the sandals of Ram. One day Ram and Sita and Lakshman saw that the great sages of Chitrakoot, that they spent their whole life serving these sages and hearing katha and hearing instructions from these sages. And one day Sita was saying to Ram, "It's so beautiful in Chitrakoot. Who would ever want to go back to Ayodhya?" But when they saw the sages leaving, Ram inquired, "Why are you going?" And they said, "Because there is close by the brothers of Radhanath and Dushana are living, and they are evil. And we're just here to do puja for the pleasure of the Lord and do yajna for the pleasure of the Lord." In the Treta Yuga, where the Yuga Dharma was yajna. In the age we're living now, Kali Yuga, the Yuga Dharma is Harinam Sankirtan, the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. They said they are close by, and it is inevitable that very soon they're going to be creating great disturbance. So we're going to another place. And they left. Ram, Sita, and Lakshman were thinking, without them, why are we here? And now the citizens of Ayodhya, they know we're here, so they may start coming back. So we should go. And when they heard that Karan Dushan was in the Dandaka forest to protect the people of the world from them, they decided to go to where the most demoniac people were living. And they entered into Dandaka forest, a deep forest. And they went deeper and deeper. And I'm not going to go on too long because I'm going over time. But I warned the organizers. Ramnavami only comes one day a year. I'd like to tell you I'll finish the story next year, but I'll just go a little more. With your permission, I'm sorry. They came to the ashram of Agastya Muni. Very, very great sage. It's wonderful to see how Lord Ram always wanted to serve the devotees, wanted to take instructions, wanted to give credit to. Sita, Ram, Lakshman, they bowed at the feet of Agastya Muni and offered themselves as servants. Agastya Muni knew this is the supreme goddess of fortune, Sita, and the supreme personality of Godhead, Ram, and Lakshman, the first expansion, Balaram. He knew, but he accepted the role as their teacher, and he blessed them. And he could see into the future. He gave Ram, he said, the Dandakaranya forest is full of very, very great rakshasas. I'm giving you certain mantras with arrows by which you can fight against them to protect the innocent. And later on, when Ram killed Ravana, it was with the arrow and the mantra given to him by Agastya Muni. Even in doing that, he wanted the credit to go to his devotee. Ram asked Agastya Muni, where is a good quiet place where we could live, where there's saintly people? And Agastya Muni said, I know the perfect place. It's a beautiful forest on the bank of the Godavari River. It is named Panchavati. So with the blessings of Agastya Muni, Sitaram Lakshman went to Panchavati, and on the bank of Godavari River, Lakshman built a little hut for them. I was just there too, actually. It's called the Kalaram Mandir. It's one of the holiest places in all of creation. Ram's residence in Panchavati. And there they serve the sages and the rishis and everything. And that's one of the 4 places of Kumbh Mela also. One day, Ravana's sister was roaming through the Panchavati forest. And she saw Ram and totally fell in love with him. But not like pure devotional love. It's like lust, love. So she was like quite a monstrous type of person. But she could disguise herself any way she wanted into a very beautiful angel if she wanted to. So she approached Ram. And she said, what are you doing living here in the forest with this skinny woman? I am Suparnika. I am Ravana's sister. I am all powerful. I want you to marry me. And we will roam through the forest together and enjoy with no impediments. And for Rama, it was like a joke. He said, you are so beautiful and you're alone and you want to enjoy, but I have my wife here. I won't be able to do that. But my brother, he's alone. You could enjoy with him. So Suparnika turned to Lakshman. And Lakshman said, yes, but you're such a qualified person. I'm just the servant of Ram. If you marry me, then you're going to have to be a servant of Sita, and you deserve better than that, so you should be with Ram. Suparnika, this is a long story that I'm really condensing. Suparnika said, if because of this ugly, skinny lady is your wife and she's standing between us, at this very moment, I am going to kill her, drink her blood, and eat her flesh. And at that moment, she leapt, she jumped towards Sita. And she was a Rakshasa. Suparnika would just eat humans, eat elephants, anything. And Ram said, we cannot joke with her anymore, Lakshman. And Lakshman quickly took out an arrow. And he cut off her nose. And he cut off her ears. And in Sanskrit, nose is nas. And sik is like the sound of cutting off. So, nasik. So since that day, Panchavati is known as Nasik. You won't even see Panchavati on any maps, but one of the main cities of Maharashtra is Nasik, the place where the nose was cut. It sounds nice. It's more meaningful than New York. Suparnika was in great pain. She was screaming and howling, and she ran away, and she went to Karandushan and said to Karandushan, you are my brothers? Look what they have done to me. You are such cowards. I'm suffering like this. And you're just sitting here enjoying in the forest. You must get revenge. So Karandushan attacked with 14,000 Rakshasa soldiers. And when they were coming, Ram told Lakshman that you take care of Sita and I'll fight them myself. And if you go to Nasik, there's a place called Sita Gufa, even today. It's an underground cave. I was just there a few months ago, actually. You have to crawl to get in it. But Sita went into that cave, and Lakshman sat outside the cave guarding her. And meanwhile, Ram fought this battle with Kara, Dushan, Trish, and all these great generals and 14,000 powerful Rakshasas. And within a matter of a couple hours, he defeated them all. This really outraged Suparnika. She went to Sri Lanka, where her brother Ravana was living. And she was screaming. She was saying, what's happening? What's happening? You don't know what's happening. You are such a coward. You are such a fool. You are so weak. And saying that to Ravana, it's very insulting. If it was anyone else, he would have killed him. But sister says, I am your sister. You're supposed to be protecting me. This Ram and Lakshman, they cut off my nose, they cut off my ears, they're making me suffer, they are humiliating you because I'm your representative. Ravana said, what happened? She knew exactly what her brother's weaknesses were. He said, I saw the most beautiful woman in the entire creation. Her name is Sita. She's Ram's wife. And when I saw her, I knew for sure that there's only one person qualified to enjoy her, and that is my brother Ravana. And as your loving representative and servant, I was trying to bring her to you for you to be her queen. But in your service, they cut off my nose and cut off my ears. But when she described in great detail the qualities of Sita, Ravana felt totally madly, and he went out of his mind with attraction for her. We hear philosophically that when we hear about Krishna, when we hear about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, we're actually in their presence. We can experience them by chanting their holy names and hearing their names and glories. But this was like the most perverted form of that. By hearing about Sita, he went madly into a state of total arrogant love for her. That if she's this beautiful, just imagining her by the description, I must possess her. I must have. That's material consciousness. So he went to Maricha. Do you remember Maricha? He's the one that flew 800 miles in the ocean. But now he's living in complete seclusion in a jungle, wearing tree bark. Doing tapasya. Out of fear of Ram. Ravana went there. Maricha, this Ram, he just killed my brothers, Kar and Dushan, and an entire army, and insulted my sister, Suparnika, deformed her forever. And I want his wife. And you must help me to get her. Maricha said, you're speaking of Ram? He said, yes. He said, no. Ravana, do not go near Ram. He shot me in the chest and threw me back 800 miles and killed my friend. And then he explained another time he attacked Ram and Sita in the forest, and Ram did even worse. In a second, he said, Ram is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He's undefeatable. You cannot conquer him. Just go back to Sri Lanka. You already have so many girlfriends and so many queens and so many wives. And you have the Pushpaka, the chariot of Kuvera, the treasure of the demigods, and your entire city's made out of gold and palaces. You're the wealthiest person in the universe right now. Just go back and enjoy, but don't go near Ram. He said, I live 24 hours a day in fear of Ram. I have not slept in years in fear of Ram. Every time I see a cloud, I think Ram's coming. Every tree I see Ram coming from behind it. Every sound I hear Ram coming. I live in total terror of Ram. And you want me to go and fight him again? Ravana said, you don't have to fight him. Just use your magical, mystical, yogic powers to be a beautiful deer and attract Sita to tell Ram and Lakshman to follow that deer. And then I will come and kidnap Sita. Maricha said, I will not do that. Ram gave his ultimatum. If you don't do it, I will kill you at this moment. So Maricha had the choice of being killed by Ravana or being killed by Ramchandra. Who would you choose? One you go back to Godhead, one you go to hell. So Maricha said, all right, I will do, but I will die and you will die. So the plot was hatched. And he was a beautiful deer. And he was like no others. And he was just dancing around, so innocent looking. So very, very innocent looking. And Sita saw and said, oh, Ram, we only have about another little over a year for our exile. Let's get that deer and we'll take nice care of him. And when we go back to Ayodhya, we'll have a beautiful garden and he'll be our pet. And Ram said, I don't think it's a good idea. And Lakshman said, no, that deer is Maricha. There is, I know the 8,400,000 species of flowers. That's not one of them. Only Maricha, who the great Rakshasa magician, could take a form like that. And Sita said, oh, why are you saying so many things? Please go get the deer, go get the deer. So Ram said, okay, I will get the deer. Lakshman, you stay with Sita. Don't leave her for a moment. And Ram went, and Maricha was jumping and playing and smiling, and he was so playful. And Ram was trying to just, very nicely catch him. But Maricha was going farther and farther, deeper and deeper and deeper into the woods. And Ram was thinking, who is this deer? This is not a deer. This is a Rakshasa. So he took his arrow and shot. And Maricha, in the exact type of sound of Ram's voice, he cried out, Lakshman, help me! Lakshman, help me! Lakshman, help me! And then he died. So Ram rushed back. Meanwhile, Sita heard that and said, Lakshman, Ram's calling for you. He needs your help. Go. Lakshman said, that's a demon. That's not Ram's voice. I was ordered by Ram to stay with you, and I will stay with you. And Sita was so worried for Ram. She said, Lakshman, now I understand why you wanted to come to the forest. You were just waiting for Ram to go away so you could be alone with me, so that you could enjoy me. And that was unbearable for Lakshman. He worshipped Sita as the goddess of his life. He said, I will go, but I know you won't be here when I get back. Sita said, you go. So he went. And as he was going to find Ram, Ravana appeared. Do you all know the story? How many do not know the story. Okay. The more we know, the more we realize we don't know. That's transcendental knowledge. Ravana disguised himself as a very peaceful, enlightened rishi. He was a sadhu, wearing simple robes. He only had one head. Only 2 arms, because he had these powers, and he was just wearing a simple lungi and like a yogi wears. And he had a begging pot, and he looked real hungry. And he came to Sita. And according to Sun, Lakshmi made a protective circle around her that nothing could penetrate. Said, never come out of this. So Ravana couldn't get in, but he outside. As soon as Sita saw a sadhu, she was so attracted to serve him. How can I serve you? How can I serve you? He said, I'm so hungry. Please give me some food. She said, yes, come. Come here, I'll give you food. He said, I'm so weak, I can't walk another step. Please save me by giving some food. So Sita came with some nice fruits from the forest to give to him. And suddenly that sadhu transformed into Ravana, the greatest king of evil tyrant, dictator, demons. And he grabbed Sita and stole her away. Sita was crying, Ram, Ram. And he dragged her away. He had a chariot that was led by donkeys, but they were really empowered Asura-type donkeys. And it could fly in the sky. And as he's flying away, one of Dasarath Maharaja's best friends was a very old vulture named Jatayu. And Jatayu was just sitting in the forest. When Ram left Agastya Muni's ashram to reside in Panchavati, he came by this place which is today called Tarket, where Jatayu lived. And he was very, very, very old and quite weak because of his age. But Ram met him, and Jatayu introduced, I'm a dear friend of your father. And Ram said, with great love and affection, they welcomed each other. And Jatayu said, if there's any danger to Sita, you just call me and I will be here, because this place is filled with evil beings. So when Ravana was flying overhead with Sita in captivity, Sita saw Jatayu and screamed out, Jatayu, please tell Ram that I've been taken away by Ravana. Tell him the direction, but don't try to fight him, because you will die. You're too old. But Jatayu could not just sit there and let Sita be taken away. He screamed out, Ravana, you stop and you bring back Sita, or I will kill you. I will send you to the abode of Yamaraj. Ravana just with anger laughed at him. Jatayu leapt into the air and a great fight happened. They were fighting and fighting and fighting, and meanwhile Ravana with one hand was holding Sita. And Jatayu destroyed the donkeys and destroyed the chariot, and he was actually, with his beak, he was cutting off Ravana's arms and heads, but they kept growing back immediately. The fight went on for hours and hours, and when it got so serious, Ravana had to put Sita down on the ground. And at a certain time, Jatayu became so exhausted, but he kept fighting. And Ravana took out his sword and cut off his wings and cut off his legs. And Jatayu fell to the ground, profusely bleeding. Sita ran over to Jatayu and embraced him, and she was crying. There is no greater devotee than you, Jatayu. You were willing to give up your life for me. I will never forget your service. Then Ravana forcibly took her away and flew in the sky with her. Meanwhile, Lakshman met Ram, and Ram said, "Why are you not with Sita?" And Lakshman described what happened. And for Ram, that was no excuse. I gave you the order not to leave her. And they ran back to find her. And she was not there. And this beautiful principle of love and separation was being revealed. Ram and Lakshman were frantically looking for Sita, but there was no sign of her. They went deeper into the forest. They were asking the birds, asking the trees, asking the sun, asking the clouds in the sky, "Have you seen Sita?" But there was no answer. And finally one deer just looked in a certain direction, and they understood this is where she was taken. But they had no idea what happened. How is it that the Supreme Lord is all-knowing, but he has no idea? That is the rasa of Leela. They know, but at the same time, in their love, to increase the ecstasy of love and meeting and love and separation and loving reciprocation in all ways. Their absorption in love covers just relative knowledge of information. That is Yoga Maya. They were searching and searching, and they came upon a puddle of blood. And there in the puddle of blood was this big bird. And they were thinking he's a vulture. They didn't recognize him. Ram said, "It looks like this bird has eaten Sita, and her blood is here. I will send him to the abode of death at this moment." And he drew his sword. And Jatayu's laying there. He said, "Ram, it's me." Jatayu. Jatayu, what happened? And he described the great battle. He said, the demon Ravana has stolen Sita, and he has gone that way. And I begged forgiveness. I tried to help, but I couldn't do it. At that time, Ram, he got on his knees and he embraced Jatayu. He put Jatayu's head on his lap. And Jatayu was looking into the eyes of Ram, and Ram was looking into the eyes of Jatayu. Jatayu was chanting the holy names of Ram with ecstatic love. And Ram told Jatayu, today I'm going to send you for eternal loving service in this spiritual world, the perfection of liberation. You have given your life in my service. And gazing in the beautiful face of Ram and chanting his holy names, Jatayu gave up his life. Ram began to cry. He said, the death of my father was so painful. And the loss of Sita being kidnapped is so painful. But the loss of a devotee like Jatayu is the most painful. He sacrificed his life for my Sita. He gave up his life for my devotee. And Ram and Lakshman performed the last rites and did whole beautiful ceremony in honor of Jatayu. Ram expressed his eternal, infinite gratitude to such a devotee. And Jatayu was an old vulture. He wasn't a Brahmin. Even among birds, he was the lowest caste. But Ram, what your species is, what your religion is, what your color is, what your nationality is, what your social bracket is, what your education is. In this beautiful story, Ram is revealing where there's love and devotion, where there's surrender, where there's real care to serve the Lord's devotees. The Lord is conquered by that love. And the Lord reciprocates with the perfection of life. So I ask you this question. Ravana won that fight, and Jatayu lost. But on a spiritual level, who won and who lost? Jatayu lost, but he won. And Ravana won, but he lost. Ravana won on the material level. But he committed great offense in doing it, so he lost. And ultimately, just a matter of time till the reaction, he would lose everything. And Jatayu pleased Krishna. He pleased Lord Ramchandra, the perfection of all of his desires, and went back to the spiritual world. And Jatayu wasn't even concerned with going to the spiritual world. He just wanted to protect Sita. Now Ramchandra knew which direction and who did it. But he didn't know where to go except south. And so many beautiful chapters of Ramayana described. And now I'm going to fast forward. They came to this one forest clearing in southern province of India, what is today Karnataka. And they came upon one asura named Kabanda, who was really, really extraordinary. And he was trying to kill and eat Lakshman and Ram. But Ram and Lakshman, he was like the size of a mountain. And they defeated him, and at that time they made a big pyre of wood to burn him. And as they were doing that, Kabanda, his body transformed into a demigod. And he told how he was at one time cursed to become, because he made offenses, to be in this demoniac form. But now Ram liberated him. And he told Ram, I know how you can find Sita. If you go in this direction, there's a beautiful lake named Pampa Srovar. And at that lake, there's a mountain called Rishyamukha, where there's the general of a monkey army named Sugriva. If you make allies with him, he will help you find exactly where Sita is and help you fight the battle to get him back. And then he went back to the heavens. Ram and Lakshman went to Pampa Srovar. And while there was this very simple yogini, a very old lady who was a great devotee of the Lord. Her name was Shabari. And she was living, some say a little hut, but if you go there today, there's a cave. Have any of you been to Pampa Srovar? Please raise hands. Shabari's cave. You have to crawl to get in. And it goes way, 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 way back into a mountain. She lived there. There's no cross ventilation. And we once went on a yatra to Pampa Srovar, and we got there at night. Actually, I'm sorry, we got there in the day, but the devotees had to experience kind of what you're going through now. We were told you don't want to be here after dark because the Pampa Srovar is filled with crocodiles. That's what they told us. And the cave is filled with snakes and other insects that bite. So we said, yes, we have to bathe in Pampa. We have to bathe in Pampa Srovar. And I said, well, we'll be done by 7 o'clock. So but I was telling the story of Pampa Srovar, and just telling the story of Pampa Srovar took about 3 or 4 hours. And then it was pitch dark. And we went into the lake, and the villagers were saying, don't go in, there's crocodiles. And the devotee said, should we go in? I said, well, you shouldn't, but I'm going in. And everyone went in. And we're all like, bathing and offering oblations and remembering so many beautiful stories here. And we're doing Gayatri mantras. And at the same time, we're desperately praying that the crocodiles don't. Please, Ramchandra, Hanuman, Shabari, protect us from crocodiles. I think that was while we were externally doing our mantras. That was probably in most people's minds. And then we went into the cave, and it was pitch dark. And I gave like about an hour katha, or storytelling in the cave. And people were getting bitten by all these insects. So I'm only telling this story just to share with you that it could be worse. But Shabari's, she didn't have any caste. There's no record that she had any education. She was just a very, very simple widow lady, just, all alone, just living in a little cave on the bank of this lake, waiting for Ram. She told the story to Lord Ram a little later that her guru was Matanga Rishi, who lived in a mountain just next to Pampas Rovar. And he had many disciples, and they all lived there together, and they all worshipped the Supreme Lord. And Matanga Rishi and all of the devotees, at a certain time, they decided we are being called by the Lord back to Godhead. So they were all going to return to the spiritual world. And Matanga Rishi told Shabari, you should not come. You must stay here alone. Because Ram and Lakshman, they are going to come in the future. And you should be here to serve them. And after you serve them, they will bless you to enter into the spiritual world. The perfection of liberation, prema. So Shabari was living there alone. In a most austere condition, immersed with anticipation that Ram will come, just waiting. And when Ram and Lakshman came to where Shabari was, she immediately came before them. She could immediately recognize them, and they introduced themselves. I've been waiting for you. And she bowed down to them, and she wanted to give them hospitality, but what is there? According to the scripture, she just got some fruits from the forest. According to the popular legend, there was these little tiny berries that was all that was growing there. And whether they're bitter or sweet, there's no sign by looking at them or feeling them. The only way to know is if you taste it. So she came with a bowl of these berries, and she wanted only to give Ram the sweet ones. So, sitting at the feet of Ram and Lakshman, she'd take a tiny little bite out of a berry. And if it was bitter, she'd put it on the ground for her to eat later. And if it was sweet, she'd take it out of her mouth and offer it to Ram. And Ram accepted it, like nectar. Now, if you do that at home, what to speak of Radha Murli Darshan, it will be very, very bad offense. Because we don't have the pure devotion as Shabari. And we have better resources too. But Patram pushpam palam toyam. Krishna accepts whatever we offer if it's genuinely offered with love and devotion. And Shabri gave those little berries from her mouth to Ram with pure love and offered him a little grass mat with love. And Ram gave his full, heartfelt, eternal, grateful blessings upon her. And said, today, please show me, where is Matanga Rishi's ashram? I want to see where that great devotee lived. Ram wanted to go on a little pilgrimage to see where the devotee served. Then told Shabri that I am satisfied. Everything you've been longing for and yearning for is fulfilled. Now you go back to the spiritual world. So she made a fire, and she sat in the fire. And right before Rama and Lakshman's eyes from the fire, her eternal spiritual form manifested. Elegant. And she ascended to the spiritual world, to the Vaikuntha of the Lord. Meanwhile, Sugriva's on top of a mountain, and that's who Ram was looking for. And he saw from down below two very young, powerful warriors who were in the robes and guise of ascetics. Who could they be? He had a rivalry with his brother Vali, who was trying to kill him. And Sugriva had to stay in this mountain to not be killed by his brother. So Sugriva called his ministers and his associates and said, find out if they are representatives of Bali. If they are, we must defeat them. And his chief minister was of the name Hanuman. He said, Hanuman, I entrust you with this service. Disguise yourself as a Brahmin and go down and find out who these people are and then come back and report to me. Hanuman was looking down. He said, I wouldn't be afraid. They look like I could see in their character that they're very, very, very filled with goodness. So Hanuman, now in disguise, kind of like Vasudeva, perhaps. As a gentle, kind, loving Brahmin. Vasudeva Prabhupada. He's like Hanuman, actually. When he came down, Rama and Lakshman, seeing the Brahmin, they welcomed him and offered pranams, and Hanuman offered pranams because they were ascetics, sadhus. And Hanuman was asking who they were and why they were there. And Ram had Lakshman answer the question and start to describe. And Hanuman was explaining who he was. They were asking, who are you? And just by being with Ram and Lakshman, seeing them, feeling their compassion, Hanuman, who was a great devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead his entire life, but he felt love of God much greater than he had ever experienced ever before by being in their presence. So suddenly Hanuman just said, actually, I'm not a Brahmin. I'm Hanuman. I'm the minister of Sugriva. I was sent to see who you were. And then Lakshman told the whole story of the exile and who Ram was, the son of Dasarath, and how they're looking for Sita. And how Kabanda sent them to Pampasrovar to seek making alliance with Sugriva. So it was that moment at Pampasrovar, this moment that we're speaking of, that Hanuman first met Lord Ramchandra and surrendered his heart and his life and his body and his mind and his soul. And Lord Ram accepted Hanuman as his supreme loving servant. And Ram said, can you take us to Sugriva? And Hanuman was still in a Brahmin form. Hanuman said, why didn't I recognize you, my Lord? And the Lord said, because you were disguising yourself from me, therefore I was disguising myself from you. When you told me who you were, then I revealed who I am. I reveal myself according to how a person surrenders. And then Hanuman, from his simple Brahmin form, manifested his original form. And he put Ram on one of his shoulders and Lakshman on the other shoulders and jumped to the top of the mountain where they met Sugriva. And there, Sugriva was in a very similar situation. He was also exiled from his family and his wife was also kidnapped by Bali. So they shared a lot of miseries together. And they made a vow to be allies, to be faithful to each other. And actually Hanuman started a sacred fire and did a whole puja to sanctify the vow of allegiance between Sugriva and Ramchandra. And then Ramchandra delivered Vali, and Sugriva became the king of all the monkeys, and he was free again. And after this, actually Lakshman coronated Sugriva as the king. And Ram was telling Sugriva about Sita. And Sugriva said, I know who she is. Because some time back, I saw a Rakshasa with a wonderful goddess in his eye. You know, he was holding on to her and flying through the sky with her. And she was crying out with tears in her eyes, "Oh Ram, oh Ram, oh Lakshman." And way down, he was like in an airplane, way down, she saw myself and some of the other monkeys. And she said, "If you see Ram, tell him which way I'm being taken." And she had been given by Anasuya in Chitrakuta, the wife of the great sage Atri Muni. Anasuya is one of the greatest sages in the history of all Vedic literatures. She instructed Sita, and Sita was like her disciple. And as a gift, she gave Sita some jewels and cloth. And Sita had those little jewels wrapped up in the cloth, and she threw them down. And they landed on the ground, and Sugriva picked them up and put them in his cave. Ram said, "You have Sita's jewels?" He said, "Yes." Ram said, "Get them." Sugriva ran back into his cave and took them out. And when Ram saw them, he began to cry. And even today, how many of you have been to Hampi or Kishkinda Kshetra? One of the holiest places of Hampi, you can go, is Sugriva's cave. It's still there. And it's especially famous because that's where he stored and kept in safekeeping the jewels of Sita. At that time, the monsoons began to rain, and it was very, very powerful deluge of rains for 4 months. So how to find where Ravana was living? They decided they would begin a search after the monsoon season. There was a mountain named Prashravana, and Ram lived in a cave in that mountain for the 4 months. The cave is still there. The name is Malyavanta. In that cave there's a deity of Lord Ramchandra, like no other. Ram is sitting alone in the cave, and in one hand he has a mala or beads where he's chanting japa, and the other hand is touching his heart. The pujaris in the cave, they explain for the entire 4 months, day and night, in loving separation, Ram was chanting Sita's names in japa and meditating on her within the core of his heart. That is how he spent 4 months. When the rainy season ended, Sugriva organized in 4 directions, 4 different armies of monkeys to find where Ravana's abode was. Angada was the son of Bali, who was general of the armies under Sugriva now. And Sugriva instructed Hanuman to be with Angada and gave them the southern direction. Ram called Hanuman as everyone was being dispatched. He said, "I saw the way Sugriva was speaking to you, that he has confidence you're the one who's going to find Sita. And I feel through your devotion that you will find her. When you find her, so that she knows for sure that you are my representative and messenger, give her my ring. Only she will know that it's mine." A ring that was on his finger that had the name Ram. Hanuman wrapped it up in cloth. And this is also chapters of Ramayana, the search. Very fascinating, very intriguing, very exciting, very adventurous. very heartbreaking, very tragic, very blissful. That's Ramayana. So many months went by. The army from the north came back to Sugriva, said, we looked everywhere. The east, the west, they all came back. They gave up. But Angada's army with Hanuman, they were still in the south, searching. And at one time, they gave up too. Angada said, we can't find. And if we go back to Sugriva without finding Sita, he's going to punish us or kill us. We can't go back. And Hanuman said, don't talk about Sugriva like that. He would never do that. Now, Angada was in desperation. He said, he killed my father. I mean, he had my father killed. And I'm his son. So I don't think he likes me. I can't go back. He said, I'm going to fast until death. I can't be disgraced like that. And Hanuman was saying that we must keep looking, and Sugriva will understand our sincerity. But all the other monkeys agreed with Angada. So they all began to fast till death. Please don't tell me to end now.
Please continue.
The reason I was thinking you might tell me to end because we're at a point where they're all fasting till death. And that may have excited your hunger, even your starvation, because there's a wonderful Ramnavami feast waiting for all. Huh? A gigantic bird came out of a cave. It was sitting above them. And they were talking about fasting till death. And he was a vulture. And it's a vulture's dharma to eat whoever dies. Yeah? So he started speaking. He was looking down at them. He said, oh, they're fasting, they're soon going to die, and when they die, I'll one by one, I'm hungry too. And as they're laying there and they're looking at this big bird who's going to eat them, Angada said, look at this, he's a huge bird, he's like Jatayu, who was killed by Ravana. And when this bird heard the name Jatayu, he said, did you speak about my brother Jatayu? And he started telling beautiful pastimes. Jatayu was his younger brother, and how he protected Jatayu one time when they were flying through the heavens, and Jatayu was exhausted, and he covered him with his wings, and the sun burnt his brother's wings, and he fell to the ground. He said, my name is Sampati. He said, I was told by a great sage, I wrote down the sage's name, but you know something? I can't follow my own notes. If sometimes devotees think I don't use notes, it's because my handwriting's so bad I can't read my own. think his name was Chandragama or something. But a sage met somebody after his birth. He was very, very old, and he had no wings, and he would just stand for 8,000 years. And the sage said, when a group of monkeys come and ask you how to find Sita, you will tell them where she is, and your wings will grow back. So somebody said, I might not be able to fly, I might not be able to go anywhere, but I still have really good eyes, because vultures have good eyes. He said, I could see 800 miles from here in the ocean is the island of Sri Lanka. And I could see in Sri Lanka, in the Ashoka Van, the garden of Ravana, Sita is being held captive. If any of you can cross over 800 miles of ocean to get to Sri Lanka, you will find Sita. And then suddenly, for the first time in 8,000 years, beautiful wings grew on him and he flew away. Now they have to cross the ocean. So Angada said, how are we going to cross the ocean? I might be able to fly there, but I won't be able to fly back. I don't have that strength. And some of the monkey soldiers, the Vanaras, they said, Angada, you are our general. You shouldn't be doing it. We should do it. And one Vanara, a monkey soldier called Vanaras, he said, I could jump 10 miles. Another said, I could jump 20 miles. Another said I could jump 30 miles. But nobody could jump 800 miles, even though they were so powerful. And then Jambavan. Jambavan was also very, very old. He said, when I was young, I could jump 1,000 miles. But now I'm really old, I just can't do it. So it seemed to be very desperate. Nobody could do it. And then Jambavan said, Hanuman, you can do it. And then he told Hanuman, when you were a little boy, living in Kishkinda Kshetra, you thought the sun was a piece of fruit and you jumped to eat it. And at that time, the sun was afraid you'd eat him because you're the son of Vayu, the wind god. So the Indra took a thunderbolt and shot it at you. And Hanuman was just a baby at the time. And suddenly Indra's thunderbolt hit Hanuman in the chin. And he fell to the ground unconscious, lifeless. And his father, Vayu, was very much aggrieved and disturbed. And he went and picked up his little baby Hanuman. And Vayu stopped all the air circulation for the universe. So no one, either in the heavens or the earths, could breathe. So this is right desperate. And Brahma said, what do you expect? You offended his son. You made him lifeless. There's no life in Hanuman's body. So all the demigods came down and they all blessed. Brahma sprinkled sacred waters on him, and Hanuman came alive. He wasn't dead, he was just unconscious. And then all the demigods gave their powers and benedictions to Hanuman. He would be the most learned scholar of all the Vedas. He would know everything. Goddess Saraswati gave him the power to be a supreme poet and musician. Indra said, the strength of your arms will be more powerful than my thunderbolts. So all the different devatas were giving him supernatural powers. And he's a baby. So then Vayu left. And he was an avatar of Vayu. He was an avatar of Vayu. He was the son of Anjana, his mother, and Keshari was his father. And they raised him, and because he had so many powers, when you have a little tiny boy with so many powers, girls would probably be very nice about it. But boys, they could get away with anything. And that's what Hanuman was doing. He was pure, he was kind, he was loving, but he was very mischievous. Yes, Srinam?
Yes.
What would you do, Srinam, if you had all those powers of being the most learned, the most powerful, the most musical, the most best doctor, everything?
I would definitely be mischievous.
You are so honest, thank you. So Hanuman was so mischievous. Sages would be meditating, and he would Hanuman would go up and grab their beards and pull it. Or they'd be doing some oblations in the water, and he would grab their feet and take it. Or they'd be studying scriptures, and he'd take it away from them and hide it. And it was all playful, sweet, mischievous, but sages are very serious, actually. So they were wondering, what are we going to do? We love this boy, but we can't really do our dharma. So they made not a curse, but a proclamation that this child will not be able to remember any of the powers he has unless someone else who knows them reminds him. So while everybody's desperately trying to figure out who's going to cross the ocean, Hanuman was just sitting silent. And Jambavan said, Hanuman, you can do it. Now I'm reminding you. And as soon as he heard that, Hanuman expanded his size to an immense form and said, yes, I can do. I will do. I will find Sita. I will jump the ocean. And he climbed the Mahendra mountain. And he cried out very loudly, Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Ram!
Jumped. And when he jumped, the pressure on the mountain made the mountain sink, and all these sages living on the mountains and all these animals all started like chanting the names of the Lord and screaming, and herbs were coming out of the ground. And when he jumped, the velocity or the wind was so strong the trees were uprooted, and they were following behind him and falling into the ocean as he was sailing across the ocean. The presiding deity of the ocean, Samudra, he wanted to serve Hanuman. So a wonderful golden mountain came from from the depths of the ocean and came to the surface. It was actually a huge golden mountain. And the deity of that mountain personified and said, Hanuman, please, this is such a long journey, come and rest here for some time. Hanuman said, Sita is suffering, and Ram is suffering in her separation. There is not a moment time when I can rest. He said, I accept your offering. And he touched the mountain. And then said, now please give me your blessings to find Sita. And the mountain said, yes. My blessings, you find Sita. You will find Sita. And then he met with Surasa and Samika, various obstacles, which are very fascinating, how Hanuman overcame every type of impossible obstacle in his service to Ram and Sita. He arrived in Sri Lanka, and the presiding guardian of Sri Lanka, Lankini, stopped him and would not let him in. And with one slap, he overcame that obstacle. And there's an entire chapter of Ramayana describing Hanuman searching for Sita in Sri Lanka. He saw the majesty of a solid gold kingdom and the power of numberless Rakshasa guards and soldiers. And amidst the most he saw Ravana. He looked into the window of Ravana's palace, and Ravana was laying there with all these beautiful damsels all around him. He was very, very intoxicated. And when Hanuman saw the glory of Ravana's strength and opulence, he was angry, but he was sad. If only this person was a devotee. He's been given so much, he is so much, but it's all for the wrong purpose. And eventually, he saw a nice house where there was a man and his wife worshiping Tulsi and chanting the names of Ram. It was the house of Vibhishan and his good wife. He continued his search, and in the Ashokvan, the favorite garden of Ravana, under a tree, was Sita. Just sitting alone, constantly chanting Ram's names, crying in separation from her beloved. And just at that moment, Ravana came. And Hanuman he's taken a small size, because he's like he's exploring. And he's hiding behind bushes in a tree. And he sees this magnificent Ravana surrounded by his ministers and associates. And he came to Sita and began speaking very eloquently and sweetly, trying to attract her. You are so beautiful and you are so wonderful, and I've given my heart to you, and you will be my primary queen. All others will be your servants. I will give you everything. What is the use of this Ram? He's a useless ascetic. And he was speaking so many romantic words of poetry. And Sita said, you are like a crow trying to enjoy the property of Garuda. You are wretched, you are envious, you are sinful, and Rama will come and kill you. I will never be yours. And when she insulted Ravana that way, he became very, very harsh. He said, if by the end of this year you do not surrender to be my queen, I will kill you and I will eat you. He was really angry. And when Ravana is angry, the world shakes. And he gave her that. And then Ravana told the other ladies around, the other Rakshasas, that you harass her until she surrenders to me. And Hanuman's watching this. And when there was a moment where no one is around, Hanuman jumped out of, he started chanting Ram's name. And Sita was hearing someone's chanting Ram's name. And then Hanuman came out, and she thought he might be Ravana trying to trick, because Ravana could take any form. And now Hanuman's like kind of a smaller version of Hanuman. And Hanuman explains who he is. And he's chanting Ram's glories. And Sita's heart is melting as he's describing the beautiful pastimes of Ram and the beautiful pastimes of Sitaram. She's listening and listening. And then he tells, I am his messenger, I have come. And this is his ring. To show you that I'm truly his messenger, Ram has given this ring. And Sita took the ring and held it to her heart, bathed it with her tears. She said, please tell my beloved that you have come for me, and I'm waiting for him. And just so he will know that you met me, I will tell you a story that no one else in all of creation knows except him and me. And she told a beautiful story of a pastime that happened in Chitrakoot when they were sitting all alone together. It's a beautiful story. And then she gave a jewel that only Ram would recognize, a jewel that Ram had given, that was given to her at the time of her marriage with Ram. Hanuman said to Sita, get on my back. Just jump on my back and I'll take you back to Ram today. Sita said, I would like to do that, but that would minimize my beloved Lord. For his glory, he will come here to rescue me. Hanuman assured Sita that Ram is thinking of you 24 hours a day and he will soon be here. Then Hanuman wanted to do some extra service. He did his service expertly. Totally fulfilled what nobody else could ever do. But he wanted to do something extra. He wanted to see, because he understood there was going to be a battle between the Vanaras and Ram against the Rakshasas and Ravana. So he wanted to see the strength of the Vanara army. And he also wanted to directly, face-to-face, meet Ravana and give him a chance to be freed from the burden of his destiny. So what Hanuman did, he started tearing apart the Ashoka garden, Ravana's favorite garden. When Ravana heard about this, he sent guards to go and kill the trespasser. They didn't know who he was. And the guards came, and Hanuman defeated them all. Then Ravana sent armies, and they were defeated. Then he sent some of his generals, and they were defeated. And then another general, and he was defeated. And there's a whole episode of each defeat in Ramayana. Then he said Indrajit, his own son, the most powerful of all the generals, except Kumbhakarna, his brother. And somehow or other, Hanuman, by his own free will, because he wanted to face Ravana, he agreed. He allowed himself to be tied up. He was tied up, he was getting beaten, he was getting insulted, he was getting dragged right into the court of Ravana. Ravana wanted to know, who are you and why have you done this? Hanuman told Ravana, Lord Rama is the Supreme Personality of God. Sita's his eternal consort. You can attain life's supreme perfection if you just bring Sita back to Ram. If not, Ram is going to destroy you and your entire dynasty. Give back Sita. Ravana was so insulted by that. That Ravana said, kill him. And Vibhishan, Ravana's brother, said, it's against Kshatriya code to kill a messenger. You can hurt him, but you can't kill him. So Ravana said, monkeys are very proud of their tails. Light his tail on fire. And if you light his tail on fire, eventually it kills him. So they wrapped huge amounts of cloth around his tail and then dipped it in highly flammable oil and lit it on fire. And then they started dragging Hanuman through the streets with his tail on fire so publicly people could see him being tortured and killed. And all the while Hanumanji, he is thinking, how can I best serve my Lord? And meanwhile, Sita heard about it in Ashokvan, and she prayed to Agnidev, the fire god, that don't let Hanuman feel any heat or pain in that fire. So his tail was blazing, but it felt cool. And Hanuman knew exactly what was happening. Sita's praying for me. And as they're dragging him and humiliating him and beating him and watching him burn, Hanuman was grateful for the opportunity to serve. And suddenly, he just kind of reduced his size a little and slipped out of all the ropes that were around him and jumped to the top of a building. And with his tail, he touched the building. The whole building went on fire. And burned to ashes. Then he jumped to the next building, burned to ashes. And he was jumping building to building, place to place, palace to palace. It was burning down the entire city, and everything in Sri Lanka was in complete chaos. And Ravana's hearing what's going on, and nobody could do anything about it. Massive, massive fires growing here, there, everywhere, and Hanuman's just blissfully jumping and playing. And after Hanumanji burned down a vast part of the whole Sri Lanka, he jumped into the ocean to put his tail to extinguish the fire. And then he screamed out, "Ravana, I am just an insignificant servant of the servants of Lord Ram, and you see what I have done. Give back Sita. Otherwise, Ram is going to come back here with millions of servants like me and destroy everything." And Ravana heard that. But he was so intoxicated by his success, so intoxicated by everybody always praising him and glorifying him, that he believed to the core of his heart that there was no one greater than him. And he was so blinded by his passion for Sita, he could not hear. Hanuman jumped back across the ocean. And when he reached the shore in India, Angad and all of his preaching party were waiting for him. And when they saw Ram, when they heard the names of Lord Sri Ramchandra, Jai Shri Ram, in the air, they knew Hanuman was coming back. First they heard him, then they saw him from a distance in the sky, and then he came and landed amongst them. He said, I have met Sita. I have delivered Ram's ring. I have received her message. And she's waiting. There was a great celebration, great festival. And they all returned to Kishkinda. And there, Ram and Lakshman were in Malivanta in their cave, and they heard a very uproarious festival going on. And then Sugriva and Hanuman and the others approached Ram. And Ram fell at the lotus feet of, or Hanuman fell at the lotus feet of Lord Ramchandra and gave the jewel of Sita and told the beautiful story, the beautiful, beautiful story that Sita shared with him, that was so intimate and personal. And Ram held that jewel to his forehead and to his heart, and crying, hearing the whole report of everything that happened in Sri Lanka. Overwhelmed and choked with emotion. The supreme absolute truth, Sri Ramchandra, he humbly said to Hanuman, I'm living like an ascetic in a cave in the forest. I have nothing to, you have given your life to serve Sita and myself, and I have nothing to give you in return. All I have is myself. and Hanuman. That's all he wanted. In that sacred moment, and I will end the class here. Ram embraced Hanuman. All I have in return is I'm giving you. I cannot repay you. I'm giving myself. This is very similar to Krishna and gopis. When gopis left everything and took all risks to give Krishna enjoyment, Krishna said, in a whole lifetime of Brahma, with all that I have, I could never ever repay you for your love. Please be satisfied with that love. Krishna gave himself. That was the ultimate fulfillment of all of Hanumanji's desires. Is that Ram was pleased. What does Hanuman, Jatayu, Bharat, Guha, all these great personalities we're speaking about today? If they could please Lord Ramchandra for even a moment, they're willing to give everything of their lives forever. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu prayed, Natanam natanam nasundarim kavitam vajagatisha kamaye mama janmani janmanishwari bhavatat bhaktira hoitakitvaye. I do not want any amount of wealth or fame or sensual pleasures or great knowledge and scholarship. I do not want supernatural powers or even liberation of suffering. My only prayer is I could serve you and I could please you in any situation forever. That is the quality of all these great devotees. And that is the quality of the Lord for the devotees. The devotees are surrendering their hearts for the Lord's pleasure, and the Lord is reciprocally surrendering his hearts for the devotees' pleasures. In these wonderful stories of the relationships of Lord Ramchandra with these various types of devotees, some are kings, some are vultures, some are simple ascetics. Vibhishan, he was a Rakshasa warrior, the brother of Ravana. They all had this common purpose in life. Whatever difficulties, whatever trials, how can I please you, my Lord? And Lord Ramchandra gave his heart and life forever to reciprocate and give the highest love to his devotees. That is the story of Ramayana. We're just trying to sprinkle the tiny little particles of a couple drops of that great literature today. But on Ramnavami, it is the sacred day of the year, when we have an opportunity, individually and together as a community, to meditate upon, to strive to emulate, and to celebrate the glories of the love between Lord Sri Ram and his devotees. So let us pray. Let us pray that whether they're oceans, Bharat was misunderstood even by great sages. And he tolerated it. What was Ram's relation with his father? What was Ram's relation with his gurus? What was Ram's relations with his brothers? What was Ram's relation with Sita? Sita was willing to go to the forest for Ram and sacrifice all comforts. And Ram was willing to search for practically a whole year for Sita and then fight an entire world war to protect her. Servants like Jatayu and Hanuman. We find later on when Ram returned to Ayodhya, after 14 years after the battle concluded, Sita and Ram were the king and the queen. And how Lord Ramchandra was willing to endure any type of difficulty, even for the most insignificant of his citizens. His role as a leader, and his role in every other relation, was selfless love, selfless compassion. Such supreme mercy that has descended on this day of Ramnavami. This pastime is eternally existing by hearing, by praying, and by the sincerity of how we chant the holy names and glories of the Lord, and by the sincerity of how we try to serve in this spirit. We are actually living in these pastimes. That's Srila Prabhupada's mercy. He came from Vrindavan, and here we are, 1965, and now it's 2025. How many years is that? 60 years ago. And yet the enthusiasm and the community, we're hoping and praying, will continue to be more and more excited and enthusiastic and expand. When I was at the Thursday night kirtan, and I saw Chuta Gopi, Ananta Govinda Prabhu, Janaki Devi, Srinam, and Nandini, and all these devotees chanting, and all of the community, I was overwhelmed. Whatever difficulties, whatever trials, whatever impediments, whatever misunderstandings, whatever we do to each other and everything else, still felt that same vibration of enthusiasm, like a tsunami of joy of chanting that I would hear when Indra Prabhu would chant kirtan in Krishna Balaram temple in Vrindavan. And it's here in First Avenue in New York. You are just very wonderful. Please understand how dear each of you is to Shri Shri Radha Muralidharan, and relate to each other with this understanding. Srila Prabhupada in one place, he said it many times, but I recently heard he said, for each devotee that I bring to this movement, I shed 1,000 buckets of my own blood. That's the way Prabhupada wanted us to see each other. And that's very much a part of how to keep Radha Muralidhara in the center of our lives. The beautiful stories of Sitaram's pastimes illustrate loving relationships. And today we pray. We pray for such pure, unalloyed devotional service. Thank you very much. Eddie, since you're so enthusiastic, I'll finish with one more story. Fast forwarding, Ram came to the ocean with all the Vanaras. They fasted to get passage across the ocean. The ocean didn't do anything, so Ram started drying up the ocean with his glance. And Samudra, the ocean, came and said, you can pass me, and told how. And that beautiful story Achyuta Gopi told yesterday, that Hanuman and all the monkeys, they took rocks and mountains, and if they wrote the name Ram on it and offered with devotion, the ocean allowed that rock to float. And they made a bridge which was 100 miles wide and 800 miles long. Because for all those monkeys to cross, it couldn't be like the Brooklyn Bridge. There was no time for traffic jam. And the power of the holy name and the power of bhakti, the stones and the mountains were floating and they crossed over. And then there was that great war, and so Kumbhakarna, Indrajit, and ultimately Ravana. But just before the battle, Vibhishan, because he was such a well-wishing, loving brother of Ravana, he was always giving him good advice. Just give Sita back to Ram. But Ravana became so angry And the various generals felt so insulted. They rejected him. And Vibhishan went and surrendered to Ram. And so many beautiful stories of Ramayana when there was great difficulties and they didn't know how to deal with it. Vibhishan knew exactly, because he knew all the inner workings of how the army, who they were, what Ravana's strengths and weaknesses were. And after Ram slayed Ravana, and the war ended, Ram told Vibhishan, you should perform the last rites for your brother. Vibhishan said, he stole Sita, my worshipable goddess. He hated you. He blasphemed you. He tried to kill you. He tried to kill all your devotees. He rejected me. He treated me with such cruelty. No, I cannot do the final rites for him. Lord Ramchandra, like Bharat with Kaikeyi, Ram told Bharat, she's your mother, you must protect her and forgive her. Ram said to Vibhishan, he's your brother. And now he's not causing any more disturbance. The only reason we're fighting is to stop the disturbance. But now that he's not, you should perform the last rites and give him a chance to go back to God. That is my order. And Vibhishan performed lovingly the last rites to his brother Vibhishan. And in a place in the Himalayas, I believe it's in Dev Prayag, Lord Ramchandra went to the Himalayas to perform tapasya to satisfy Lord Shiva because he killed his devotee Ravana. To atone for killing, because Ravana was actually born from a Brahmin family. This is, when we talk about Ram Raj, it means a leader like that. He does the needful, but never with hate or vengeance. Always with compassion, even if it's in the strongest forms. And when the battle of Ayodhya was past, Sita was brought back to Ram. And it was time for them to return to Ayodhya. Vibhishan gave Ram the Pushpaka, the beautiful airship of Ravana. And Ram invited Hanuman and Sita and Lakshman and so many of the others, Sugriva, to all come back with him, Vibhishan. And as they were approaching Ayodhya, Ram stopped. This is in Ramayana. And he told Hanuman, that you go to Nandigram, the forest where Bharat is living, and you tell him that the 14 years are expiring tomorrow, or today actually. Tell him it's expiring today, and I'm coming. Hanuman, you are a expert, empowered person to analyze what's in a person's mind and heart. You tell him I'm on my way back. And you see if there's any bit of attachment in Bharat's heart for remaining serving as king. Bharat's my brother and such dear devotee, but even the greatest devotees, when you have power and you have influence, it's very difficult not to be attached to it. If there's the slightest trace that you see in his heart of uncomfort that I'm coming back, then I will leave the kingdom to him and I will not accept it. So Hanuman, he went ahead of the Pushpaka and went to Nandigram. And there he met Bharat. And Bharat, he said, the year has expired today. Where is Ram? Where is Ram? And Hanuman, after introducing himself, he said, Bharat, Ram has conquered Lanka. He's returning today. Hanuman was waiting for Bharat's reaction. His eyes burst with tears. His heart exploded with ecstatic, grateful joy. Bharat leapt in the air and cried out, my Lord is coming, my Lord is coming. And he embraced Hanuman again and again and again for bringing such good news. And Hanuman was so happy to see Bharat's absolutely pristine, unconditional, pure love for Ram. They were embracing each other and they were dancing. Bharat was asking, when is he coming? When is he coming? Hanuman said, he'll be here any minute. And they were looking at the horizon, chanting the holy names of Ram, and the lights are coming off. And every second or two, Bharat, where is he? Where is he? My Lord, my beloved Ram. Hanuman said, there he is. And in the horizon, there was a little spot of the Pushpaka coming. And Bharat was leaping in the air and dancing and crying, and they were embracing each other. And then the Pushpaka landed. Bharat had invited all the devotees in Ayodhya to come to meet Ram there. And when Ram came off the Pushpaka, Hanuman indicated to Ram that Bharat is happy. There is not a trace in his heart for anything except unconditional service. And Bharat, after 14 years of no communication, Bharat and Ram embraced. And everyone was cheering. And just close by was Kaushalya, just standing in a corner. She had not seen Ram for 14 years. And Ram approached his mother and touched her feet and put the dust of her feet on his head as she was incessantly weeping in ecstatic love. And she embraced her son Ram. They were together. Then there was a beautiful procession of Ram on a wonderful chariot to re-enter Ayodhya. And it was nighttime. What we call Diwali, and all the citizens of Ayodhya to welcome Ram after 14 years. They lit the lamps of their love and separation. Jai Shri Ram.